So off stream, I've been playing Megaman Battle Network 3 to 6. 6, I was still very torn about which version I was gonna play because I was very torn about which one I'm going to stream. But I think I did make a decision finally. So with that though, let's start Megaman Battle Network 2. One of, if not, in terms of just the writing. You know, and also because we're actually on a new day of streaming. I'm gonna do a random number generator. Okay. Uh-oh. Last day of school, of course he would. Sure. So, welcome to the start of Megaman Battle Network 2. Gee, I wonder why. Okay, so a lot of the... Okay, we already know all this. Press start. Menus and everything are pretty much exactly the same as to what we saw in Megaman Battle Network 1. We still have, of course, our chip folder and everything like that. Wait a second. Why? Those are who don't see why I'm confused. Wide Sword here has a code of L, but Area Steel is a code of S. It makes the combo completely impossible. What? I don't know. I honestly don't know. We check everything else here. The Megaman.exe stats are exactly the same. We got attack, rapid, and charge, same as last time. But, again, with download chips, we actually have a few new ones here. We have Gate SP and a bunch of Gospel chips. Hey, you can only use one in battle. If I remember correctly, Gate SP was a little bit of a story behind it. We'll talk about that later. The new thing, though, are sub-chips. We'll talk about those later when we get a few. No, I already know everything about the PET. If I remember correctly, that's a hint to check. Yep, some of the desks you'll find some battle chips. In particular, the panel grab, which is just... I think we found panel grab in the first game. I didn't talk about it. Panel grab is just area steal, but 1 tile instead of 3. I think the only reason you'd use it over area steal is the rows. Oh no, over not the rows, the codes. Nope. Nope. Fine. I do. If you can't guess, that's going to be important later. God damn it, Yai. The pain. Lan and Dex have embraced death. Ooh, yeah, nope, that checks out. No, Dex wanted to talk to us. So, the net has gone... Yep. As we see, Higsby's is currently closed. That will be a running theme throughout most of these games. Higsby's will be closed for the first 2 chapters. Hey. What the fuck? Nothing. Run. Fuck, so close. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's legitimately fair. So before we do that, talk about the poster on the wall of this game. That is Duo from Mega Man 8. Weird that it's Duo since Legends, if I remember correctly, was there because they were, I think Legends 2 had just come out? Question mark? Gotta double check dates on that. But Mega Man 8 had been out for a long time at that point. There's a new Jackin animation. I'm just trying to decide which I like more. I'm saying, let's see. Oh god. Yep. Like I said, we're going to be doing this every game. We're just going to leave this alone because nothing has changed in terms of the chip selection and standard virus busting. This is all exactly the same as it was in Mega Man Battle Network 1. Just, unfortunately, it's going to be a thing we're going to have to deal with every game. There are some new mechanics we're going to talk about. So, first off, while we're dealing with this... Actually, I just realized that... Oh, yeah, I left it on. I was doing some grinding in Battle Network 3. But, in terms of the things that have changed, though, is, as I've mentioned, that's not the area grab we have in our folder, though. That's weird. But, so some of the things have changed between the two games, one of which being the sub-chips, and also the fact that Mega Man does not heal between battles. You have to heal during the battle or after the battle. There are methods to heal outside the battle, we'll talk about that later. Still can't charge without one upgrade to our charge. Also, the Buster is so much slower. Unless you get up close, then it's still just as good as it used to be. Okay, so... they did nerf the add function. So unlike Battle Network 1, where add was you just didn't cycle your folder, it just added the other 3 rows. The custom screen has been shrunk down to just 2 rows now. So you can only have 10 chips loaded at a time. But also, you have to discard chips to use the add function. So these 3 recover 10s are going to be removed from the folder now. But if we survive until the next custom screen, I would normally just max buster this. I'm pretty much going to max buster this in Battle Network 3. And every Battle Network after this, unless it has something new to talk about. But yeah, so now, as you can see, we now have 3 new, well, we got 3 new chips in the top row, but we also drew 3 new chips. This helps prevent what happened in Battle Network 1, where we were just drawing 3 of the same chips over and over again. Not 3, where we were just drawing the same chips, and I couldn't really do anything with those chips. I forgot how the net looks in Battle Network 2. I actually really do like this depiction of cyberspace. The other new thing is, yes, there are the way PCs are accessed have also changed between the 2 games, though we'll talk about that later. So, let's see, is this? Yeah. So the new thing are these security cubes, where in Battle Network 1, the way everything worked for getting from, say, Dex's or Meilu's PC onto the net, you had to first... Oh, I didn't realize that was here. Yeah, junk data that evolved into a bug, we'll talk about those later. But yeah, now you can just access the computers from the net, or you can access the net from outside. You don't need to have visited them first. Because the way it was handled at Battle Network 1 made them feel more like, fast travel points are unlocked. Ooh, the other new thing we have to talk about. Asterisk chips. These are free chips. An example would be here, Attack 10. So the way Attack 10 works is you put it after a chip. So we've got, for example, V-Gun and then Attack 10. So now down in the corner you see it says 30 plus 10. It now deals 40 damage instead of 30. And there are other examples of these chips. They're very useful. Let's see. I always get rid of the panel out chips just because I don't really use them. Let's see here. This one will lead us to the store. Let's see, you need money still, but yeah, nothing really. There have been other changes, but like I said, they'll come up as we go. One of the biggest changes won't be for a while. Like, one of the changes will actually completely affect my playstyle going forward. And yeah, all the navies here give like the standard tutorials you'll see throughout the different Battle Network games. The Battle Network games are very nice in the sense that you could pick them up at any point in the franchise. So say you wanted to start with Battle Network 10, and not Battle Network 10, Battle Network 6, you can. There are only a few elements you won't understand. The only exception is, I would say, Battle Network 3. Battle Network 3 has its own thing going on, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. But yeah, Usually my recommendation for starting points for Battle Network are either, in all honesty, Battle Network 2 or Battle Network. Gonna have you replace that. It's just more useful. Oh, the other new thing in the bottom right, on the start menu, it'll tell you where you are in cyberspace. There's just a lot of minor quality of life improvements to Battle Network 2. Overall, it's pretty much just Battle Network 1 with a new coat of paint, which makes sense. It only had a few months to be made. But some of the changes are amazing. Sorry about that, getting the dog. Yeah, here, like I was talking about earlier, you can access Dex's PC without, you won't need to do all the juggling we did for them in the first game. They're a little bit more useful, and I'm going to end up using them a lot. So these squares don't really stick around. What's up, small dog? You having a little... So we need to find those two pieces of code, the hope data and the hope data. Here we got more battle chips, barrier, recover. Ooh. Then we have, okay, so this is time to talk about sub-chips. There are 3 types of sub-chips. Well, there's multiple types of sub-chips throughout the game, but these are 3 of the more commons we'll be seeing. Mini Energy, Sneak Run, and Unlocker. Mini Energy will give you, I believe it is, 50 HP. So currently half our HP. I don't normally buy mini energies, I just use recover battle chips, usually because I carry some of the heavier duty recover chips, or roll. Sneak Run makes it so you just will encounter weaker viruses less often, which in other words, I think it just lowers the encounter rate as a whole, which, if I remember correctly, this game has a bit of a ridiculous encounter rate, so wouldn't hurt to pick a couple of these up. And Unlocker, quite possibly one of the most important ones and always the most expensive. If I remember correctly, Unlockers always cost at least... it's under construction. Will always cost 4,000 Zenny. And they're the only way to unlock purple mystery datas. Overall, though, when it comes to the structure of the net, though, it's very different than what we were dealing with in Battle Network 1. Because in Battle Network 1, it was more of a level progression system, so as you went, it got harder and harder. The escape ship is still a thing, but it is not necessary anymore because we can now run from battles. Oh, small dog, no. Don't panic. Go to bed. No. Take your toy, just go to bed. He's in his little mood again. Oh, forgot escape was still in this game. This is the last game with the escape battle chip, if I remember correctly. The other change, I believe... No, I don't believe this change has gone in yet. Let me check. Yeah, okay, so currently the limit of one type of battle chip is 5. In later games, that gets lowered to 4. I forget if it changes again throughout the course of the game. Battle Network 3 only lets you have 4. I should also note that, playstyle is very important in this game. Like, so if you're gonna buster spam or use a lot of battle chips, that is all tracked as to why. We'll talk about that later. There's the first one. Okay, so this blocks off Yumland, so we can't go there yet. That's Netopia. So we'll talk about those areas later. There's a lot of... Battle Network 2 has a very different overarching tone compared to Battle Network 1. I mean, I'm kind of here for it. It is a tone that kind of sticks around until, I'd like to say, Battle Network 4? My recommendation, in terms of, like, how to battle is, if you're not downloading battle chips, like, you draw a dead hand, just add a few, especially, because that, okay, there is a hidden point system that is tracking certain aspects. It's tracking how many, ooh, wait, if I remember correctly, yeah, okay, no, this game does not have that yet. Go to bed. There are things that the game will track. The things it tracks that I can reveal are how many times you get hit, how many Navi chips you use, how many times you kill an enemy with a buster, and how many battle chips you not only use, but also just send to Megaman. These will become relevant much later. I believe Chapter 4 is when the results are shown for the first time. I personally am going to be using a lot of battle chips. The unfortunate side effect of this is I will also be somewhat cutting back on other aspects, but we'll talk about that later. The only other thing to talk about is some stuff that has gone on behind the scenes. Well, not even behind the scenes, in a different game entirely. The events of Megaman Network Transmission. During the events of Megaman Network Transmission, which is the in-between game for these two, reason I bring up is, if I remember correctly, there's some information you collect in Network Transmission that is usable here in Battle Network 2. Okay, while I wait for the custom screen. Things that have happened between there is Megaman has had his canonical encounter with Pharaoh Man, if I remember correctly. He has also met Shadow Man. Canonically, because I don't believe the encounter in Battle Network 1 counts. And he's also, if I remember correctly, encountered... I forget if that treats his encounter with base as canon. Yeah, if I remember correctly, he should know who Shadow Man is and Pharaoh Man. Nothing else from Network Transmission is ever brought up again. I think the only other changes, I think the Buster multiplier was actually nerfed. Because I didn't realize that the Buster multiplier in Battle Network 1 was as ridiculous as it was. A full charge shot was like 16 times whatever your damage was. It has been brought down to, if I remember correctly, just an even 10. A nice double delete. The other change to the net is they've added what later games are referred to as the main road. As you can see, we have like the circuit board small paths here, but then there's these larger rectangular paths. If you're looking for somewhere important on the main story, 9 out of 10 times it will be on the main road. Mystery data is usually going to be off on the side paths. The net, every time they redo the net over the course of the various games, in all honesty, they do tend to make it better for most of them. Battle Network 3's, well, Battle Network 1's is still probably the worst of all of them. 3's isn't too bad, there's just some annoying mechanics in 3. With that, we now have the Z license. If I'm correct as to what the chip selection system is, yeah. So you may notice one other new thing on here. I was going to save to talk about till here. You see there's the 4 MB or 4 megabytes on all the different chips. So the one new thing they added was the regular chip. I think it's easier just to show how the regular chips work. For the Legacy Collection, for those of you playing that version, it is just press L or R. I believe it is pressing select in the original Game Boy build. But they can't do that on this one because select brings up this. You see it now, when I press L or R, a chip will now get this red border. The thing that limits the chip you can choose is your regular memory, which is at the top of the screen. It'll always be at the top of your folder, right next to the total chips in the folder. So for us, it's 4 megabytes. So now, okay, we could talk to Roland Gutsman, but I'm gonna wait for a second, and I'm actually gonna go do... I want to get one battle just to show what this does. This is a very nice system that gets introduced in this game and gets doesn't get expanded on again until Battle Network 6. So as you see, the shotgun I selected is right here. So yeah, what the regular chip does is it will guarantee a chip will be in your starting lineup. My usual recommendation, once you get the ability to put one there, is usually put a recovery battle chip or something that you use, like for example a key part of program advances. If I was to use my cannon example, like for the high cannon, mega cannon, or just normal cannon, I would usually mark chip number chip letter C, since I usually only carry one of those, versus the two chip B's A and B's I carry. Early game, until you get a good, so you boost Mega Man's regular memory to a point where you can actually start using a little bit more of those, I would recommend just put whatever is your most powerful chip. I mean, you have to talk to them on the side of the counter. Let's just head out the net. Uh-oh. Already dealing with trouble. No, you won't, Dex. see what we got. Okay, so yeah, so for this mail we got Meilu's PC code. So now on the net, if we find the security block for Meilu's PC, we can now access it, and it's also reversible. So if we come out of Meilu's PC, we can access the block and get onto the net that way. Also, roll. Navi chips, I will say, oh god, I forgot roll only has a cost of 8 in this game. And so his dance. So dignified. So there's something wrong with the airflow. It's just not working. So yeah, the gimmick of this dungeon is you were gonna have these these vents here shooting out gas that will push Megaman. There's no damage or anything, so feel free to use it. You're actually gonna have to use it to move around the dungeon. Okay, let's see. Let's replace one of the... You with you. There we go. Some chips have had their damage values changed between the two games, so that is something to keep in mind. The other thing is also because of the fact that the way the net is handled in this game. Second. You gotta time it right. There we go. Yeah, because of the way the net is handled in this game, though, we won't have a repeat of last time, where I just accidentally wander into the post game. So as you can see, Mega Man's health has not recovered. As I said, all damage is forever permanent. We got some of the vents working. PC's come to the understanding that land's better. Or at least better when it comes to dealing with viruses. Oh, hey, Glide. I know, worth it. Let's see. Ooh, an HP memory. HP memories behave exactly like they did in Battle Network 1, just a permanent increase to Mega Man's HP. Let's see. There we go. I will say this, I'm definitely going to be using Max Buster mode a lot more in Battle Networks 2 and 3 for actually the same reason. We'll talk about that later, though. You know, looking more at that, the enemy in the back, it just makes me think of, the Reaver bots from Legends. No one ever beats him. I actually haven't revealed who the boss of the stage is yet. I forgot they drop mini boomers now. Another bug fragment. But yeah, no, as it's been brought up in chat, unsurprisingly, it's a wind boss. It's the most famous of wind bosses for Mega Man. Yeah, remember what Yai forced us to do? Of course, it was about her fans. Let's see, any other things here? Oh, also, talk quick thing. The Servbot's rival, a Data doll. So yeah, that is Data, the way you save in Mega Man Legends. So yeah, that's just an interesting thing. Battle Network 2 has some interesting story beats. Yeah, well, okay, let's be honest. Land's not exactly the smartest of individuals, if his grades are to be believed. He's really good at net battling. His intelligence isn't high. Intelligence is a dump stat for him. The mains that there he is. I'll be honest, I actually really do like this version of his design. It's not radically different compared to his classic design, but it's still... Actually, you know what? Wait, why did I do that? I think I still need to do more over there. Ow. I have to remember the fact that these things hit the entire row once they lock on. I'm thinking the Battle Network 5 replacements for these, for the cannons. Because the Battle Network 5 versions just hit a single tile. They won't go back to hitting every tile again until Battle Network 6. I think the ones in Battle Network 4 also do it as a single tile, but that one might just be me misremembering. Oh, so this guy's just... Yeah, this isn't even for some plot. This is just someone trying to get money. So yeah, no, fuck you. But here's our first introduction to this game's boss music, but I have a special song to play for this one. So let's use the fact that I can turn off the music. I'm happy I can do this. Okay, I'm going to move that there so I can see the audio, just because I don't... The instrumental version's only... It's 3 minutes... Oh, almost 4 minutes long. It shouldn't take us that long to beat this boss. This boss is so infamous in the Mega Man community. He has his own song about not being able to beat him. And it's not even this version. This is specifically on the original Mega Man Classic version. Let's remove some of his movement. And go. An off-vocal version is the best I could find. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's how that one works. I legitimately don't remember how to fight Airman because I haven't played this one in a while. But with that, we beat Airman. Okay. I just wanted to do that for one thing, just because I wanted to acknowledge the bit of music that the Mega Man community has made. Well, actually, said the Mega Man community. I believe that is an official song. There's a lot of songs for Mega Man. There's an entire album by, I believe, the band's Rockholic. So your group's the strongest. So I guess that means we've got another evil organization on the loose. We saw no such thing. Yai is egotistical as shit. That's kind of her whole character, but she cares. The rich girl act's kind of an act. Okay, so ignore the portrait. Again, we're on a limited time frame for this game. So with that, we now have the introduction of our new organization's name, Gospel. Yeah, we're dealing with the Mafia. So, yeah, like I said, Battle Network 2 has a very different tone from any of the other Battle Network games. As you can see, we started with murder and terrorism. Yeah, no, there's the report about the bomb. No injuries have been reported. Well, we can assume there's one death. Also on the TV is data from Megaman Legends. I will try to point out all the Easter eggs and callbacks to other Mega Man games. I mean, of course the EXCs are all callbacks to classic Mega Man. And majority of them, I like their Battle Network designs over their originals. Let's go tell everyone, camping trip. Here we go again. Okay, so we're gonna challenge Gutsman. Gutsman, pretty much, fighting Gutsman's exactly the same as the other games. If I remember correctly, I don't believe oh wait, no. I forgot. So, talk about why I did that. In late, I believe it's every other game, guard has its attack as part of the chip itself, so attack plus 10 works on it. It's just this game. And possibly 3? We'll find out. No, I'll have to double check that. Yeah. Just like with Battle Network 1 and every game going forward, for these battles... Oh, never mind. I won't have to re-challenge them. We'll do one fight with them legitimately, and then afterwards, Max Buster's free game. Because it'll be just for grinding battle chips at that point. Let's check in on Meilu. She's not here. Also, Surfbot plushie. Let's check in with Yai, maybe? Oh, I didn't. Fuck. I held B. So she's gone on a trip around the world. Okay, so that eliminates Yai, Dex. Let's see. You, I believe. Okay, yeah, you're a sub-chip seller. The sub-chips themselves aren't a bad investment, though, the one thing you can do if you don't want to buy sub-chips, you can just, jack out. Like, if Mega Man's HP ever gets too low... No! No! I already know that, Miss Mario. You don't need to teach us more. Why? It's summer vacation. What? I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, no one wants to go camping. Yeah, back to the metro again. An area we are going to be in way too often. Sure, Dex, sure. Oh, I forgot you were here. This is Rabita with the DNN News. This is going to be a character we are going to be seeing a lot of in the future. I'd like to say of all the side battle navies, I think Toadman here appears the most. Toadman's pretty easy to guess where Toadman's going to be. Just because Toadman will always be on the lily pads. The only issue is, one, the tadpoles. And the reaction to Toadman's, notes. If you do get paralyzed, spam every button and it actually unparalyzes Megaman faster. I'm gonna go with 2 swords. And then, there we go. There we go. And for that, we also get the her code, which lets us use the the news van to reach this area of the net. Yeah, she's actually Rabita actually appears multiple times in the Megaman anime. She's pretty much the announcer for every net tournament. Actually, pretty much any event that happens in the NT Warrior anime, Rabita covers it. Yes, I am. Oh, right. This is the game with the request board. We'll talk about that later. Sure, Yai. No HP recovery is allowed during play, so okay. So we need to delete the Metors here fast. Okay, hopefully that was fast enough. I could just use Buster Max to speed this up, but now I'm gonna give it the honor of going through the fair shot. Okay. Perfect. Nice and easy. Let's give us some breathing room. I think I know who the next boss is. Remember? Yeah, but what it meant by no HP recovery allowed, it meant between battles you're not allowed to use mini energy. But you are still allowed to use recover battle chips in the battle. I didn't mean to do that, no. Okay, the barrier's down. That's good to know. Alright, this is the introduction. That's a tutorial on sub chips if you don't know how to use them. So on here we have different posts by different characters. Actually, from some of them you might find from people who exist in the game. Some of them will be hints, and others will give you some codes for other things we'll talk about later. So we'll look for someone in the den area square. So is it someone? Okay, is this the one I think it is? I remember a couple weird ones. No, it's not. I'm thinking later still. It needs help in this den area, so... Oh, no, okay, no. I'm kind of dumb, but it's also worded weird. So it means this den area, as in... the net, I think. I think it's in Den Area 3. So this is the new area that just opened up. I will say, I do like the circuit board style for the background now, for the net. Oh, it's you again. Ooh, shit. I'm used to how they behave in Battle Network 5 still, where in Battle Network 5, they do 2 jumps and then they attack. Purple mystery data, can't unlock that yet without an unlocker sub-chip. And that will cost all of my money, which I'd rather use on HP memories right now. The annoying thing is, some of those purple mystery datas have unlocked, well, not unlockers, have HP memories and what are they called? Oh yeah, let's see if we can. There. Yeah, some of the unlockers have HP memories and power-ups for Megaman. Though, there are other ways to increase Megaman's Buster in this game. But we'll get to that when we get to it. It's gonna take us a little bit before that becomes a thing. Do you have... Yes. Just immediately, let's see. Immediately just to unlock Charge Shot. And there's our email from Melu confirming that she will be joining for the camping trip. Okay, more sword data. Kodo Square is locked, so... Wait, charge shots only deal 5 damage? What? What? Let's add 3 on. Okay, while I wait for that to cycle. When did it become the times 10 multiplier? Okay, Megaman Battle Network 2. Okay, so I'm not crazy. It does have a times 2 multiplier. I mean, a times 10 multiplier, but that does not start until Mega Man Battle Network 3. So everything after Battle Network 3, it will be times 10. This is the last game where it's weird with its Buster multiplier. The Buster is heavily nerfed in Battle Network 2. It gets better again in Battle Network 3, but it's kind of useless in this one. I was off on the timing. 2 shotguns. Mind you, can still do shit like that. I have a suspicion I know what I'm gonna get for my playstyle. I have 2 forms that I usually get. We'll talk about those later. Like I said, that doesn't become a thing until chapter 4. See, bad guy stole his walk program. Okay, if I remember correctly, this is Dex's. Yep. To be honest, Dex's computer is usually in one of the most useful computers to access. Oh, he met down here. Just because Dex's computer is usually at the like the closest to the exit of the main area. So like that's, I don't know how to call it. It's AC/DC in this game, in the games, but it's Dentech City in the anime. So I might just call it that. Let you jump, and roll will finish you off. I don't particularly use a lot of Navi chips. I usually only carry roll and a few others. My usual main folder is still standard chips. And of course, there's always my Buster Spam I fall back on. It's still weird to me that the first Wyatt Sword they give me has an L code instead of an S code. I think it was made just to make it harder. If I remember correctly, I think battle number 2 is the hardest of the 6 games, and that's not even just because, like, you know, it has some of the hardest bosses or anything. It's just because it has some of the most brutal starts. Well, with the fact that you don't have a Wide Sword S, you have a Wide Sword L, so you can't really do the Area Seal Wide Sword combo. The other thing that's hard about it is the fact that it's a ×5 multiplier, and the fact that the chart is still really long. I'm curious. System. Okay, no, this is not. That's battle number 3 I'm thinking of. I feel when we actually get access to Wide Sword S, if it's even in this game. I think it has to be so, because I think it's one of the only ways to do the Program Advance. have spreader, which I'm gonna buy a spreader and have that replace another one of my V guns, and replace that with that. And I'm going to, until I find, it's kind of worthless for me to have the swords, just because of the fact so many of the enemies have been in the back row, and it just doesn't really work for, because I can't do the classic combo of using area steel and wide sword, and I won't let this go. Because it is the most, I would argue, one of the more iconic combos of this game. I'm just gonna do that just once. Let's see, where are you going? That was a bit of a risk. Here we go, just another virus battle, but this time much harder viruses. As you see, we already encountering level 2 viruses. This way I at least have breathing room. One more left. Go get rid of that. Oh, fuck. There we go. I mostly did that just because I wanted to weaken both of them. Ooh, shit. Please tell me. Oh, fuck. Gotta get rid of the beetle in the back. There we go. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's it. Oh my god, that was a little crazy. Oh shit. Who the fuck informed him? Who the fuck sent him a message? Like, fuck you, Chad. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about the request board really quick. So the request board is side quests. If I remember correctly, you do need to do a few. I don't have plans to do them all, but I might cover a few of them. Just because, if I remember correctly, I think you need to do a few. Like, it's mandatory you do a few. Also, by the way, if you need early water chips, here's the place to get them. Also, these clam viruses replace the piranha viruses from the last game. But no, who the fuck sent Chad a message? Did Megaman just shoot Proto Man a message like, hey, wanna go camping? Replace that. Ooh, money. Sword's kind of worthless. I don't hate the ad system. I do think it's kind of useful, and I think if you know what you're doing, it's a great way to juggle battle chips. I think there's a better system for it in the later Battle Network games, in particular 4, 5, and 6. Ooh, yes. I don't mind having a Lex Sword non-match it just because, well, Lex Sword is really just there because it's a very, very powerful electric chip. Also, I like the art for the chip. God, I hate having such a weak buster. Okay, I want to double check something really quick. Okay, so it is just... Okay. Just wanted to make sure of that. So, here's the thing. While we are doing, requests, I will more than likely always have, Max Buster on, just because they really are just a headache. Okay, Navi Amulet is probably on the lower end. There's a reason I'm always going to be sending chips. We'll talk about that later, though. Oh, I forgot Med Fires were in this game. He better than shot. Oh, do not let him hear you say that. Oh, hey, Proto Man. This is why land gets shit done. Yes, we are. Fuck off, Dex. I already beat you in a net battle. I'll toast you now. So, this is the introduction of a new form of transport, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, so there are two forms of transport in Battle Network 2. There's the metro line that we've been using throughout the course of Battle Network 1, but now there's also the bus line. Certain areas can only be reached by bus, whereas certain areas can only be reached by the metro. And land just ate everyone. Fuck. Soon. Look, just listen to my invisible friends. There's also a lot of different sprites for characters in this game. Like, they actually have, like, sprites for characters to fit the areas they go to. What's up, man? Yeah. Shit. We got a stick. Oh yeah, this. No, we need more. So yeah, we need a fire. Well, we have a stick. Though I will say, with everyone having somewhat unique sprites, it does somewhat help prevent the who has the unique sprite for a stage issue we saw back in Battle Network 1. There you go, we found a lighter. What? Yeah, I've got the lighter and I've got that. Yeah. Okay, wait, am I missing something? I know I have the stick, I have the lighter. Am I thinking later? How do I deal with this now? I have the two, so why is it not working? Oh no, I think I need, am I missing a piece? No. That was just the stick and the lighter. Oh! I needed paper. All three together. Yeah, land just let the stick on fire and uses it to chase away bees. Yeah, that's the thing that just happened. Battle Network 2 has some weird events and some nonsensical puzzles. See, same thing as always with these random computers, always checking the corners. Wait for the custom gauge. Let's see what we got. What's up, Chad? Holy shit, a bear! I mean, the fuck? Let's try the stick on fire again. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Wait a second. I'm trying to remember, because there's a lot of, like, this is the only issue I have with Battle Network 2. There's a lot of, like, nonsensical puzzles. Okay, yes, yes. Okay, binoculars. Yeah, Chad seems to suspect something. And one day everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Oh shit, spikies. So these are a new type of virus. They give us the heat shot battle chip. The way that the heat shot battle chip works is... Wait, did I? Okay. So heat shot as a battle chip is basically bubbler, but for fire damage. I'm just gonna let them line up in front of me. Up, it worked. Reason I still got hurt is because there were 2 shots. So the guard took the first shot, but Megaman took the second. Finally made it. Okay, so we need a knife. Okay, there we go. I wonder if that'll come up later. Oh god. Wait, why are you here? Yep. Oh, we can't challenge her here. So yeah, Rabita is just here for some reason. I could not tell you why. The fuck? What witchcraft? Well, I guess we could get onto the net if we need to grind some battleships out. No idea where Chad went. What? Okay, that just happened. Yeah, Chad just kind of fucked off. Oh, great, more bombs. Oh, shit. Yeah, this all kind of just went from 0 to 100. Oh, hey, it's you again. What was that on your hat? So we gotta deal with the detonators, meanwhile Chad's dealing with the main bomb itself. So yes, there are 7 programs we need to find. I'm trying to remember what they look like and where they are. I hope you like this music, because we're gonna be hearing it. Okay, there's 4. There's no text, just find 4 bombs. There you go, they look like PETs. I guess this is kind of comparable to phone bombs. Beef stew? What? Oh, I got mail from him. rest is up to Megaman. Zero, what? Okay, yeah, I forgot this. So as you can see, this whole area, the way it works is it's a maze. And then there's these fucks. Because of the nerfs to the Buster, these things are actually very dangerous this go. But yeah, the trick for this is basically you're just looking for a path that counts down to 0. If I remember correctly, that is just the solution to this puzzle. So for example, we go from 22 here, if we go up, the path explodes. Ow! I like the meteor chip. If it hits hard. But that's the problem. If it hits, it's very easy for it to miss. Here's number 20. Shit. I think all the chips are weaker in this game. Because I think in the other games, Alexord deals 120. Everything is just so much weaker in Battle Network 2. But it does have some of my favorite weird-ass writing. Okay, roll heal 30 HP. That's good to know. Okay, but yeah, essentially what we're dealing with here is we're just dealing with a maze. Fuck. Oh, sweet, heat shot. That's actually gonna be very useful later. Yes! Finally, we have the final piece of the puzzle. That's one. Just 3 more. I remember a couple of these are hidden in really evil spots. That is something to keep in mind. I don't think this mechanic returns in any other Battle Network game. But yeah, if you hit any of the bombs that could spawn on the battlefield, you can actually deal some pretty severe damage. Oh, fuck. Ow. Yep, nope, that's gonna be a pretty common occurrence here, because, yeah, I basically have to start blasting as soon as the bomb is dropped to be able to break it. And that's basically what happens. You find a dud bomb on the field, just shoot it, and that happens. Good idea to carry a few fire battleships here. In particular, Heat Shot is something I'd highly recommend. The HP memory up. Another wide sword L. God, where the hell is a wide sword S? Go. Another one down. Hey, that's another new item that's been added to the drop tables. Every so often now, there's a chance that you'll actually get HP back from battles. If I remember correctly, the lower your HP, the higher a chance you have of it dropping HP. So this is the thing that's going on. Yeah. Low HP, I think, is the requirement. It can just happen during battle, like, just randomly. It increases. Mini Boomer. Okay, that's 2 down. If I remember correctly, I think it's 1 in each area. Wait, what? My man, what? Gee, I wonder. Your sister's in the other area. Go find her. Here, we've got 2. I've already disabled that one. Okay, that's just about the elemental properties, which are kinda obvious. Everyone's just leaving Chad here. I forget where the other 2 are. Honestly, I'm trying to remember where these damn things are. Okay, no, time for the age-old method. Press A on everything. I already checked that. I know that's just a regular terminal. Already been in the bear. Wait. Didn't she say... God damn it. As I say, didn't they say earlier that the, cantina was just left here? I guess that's supposed to be a little hint as to the fact that this cantina is one of the detonators. I mean, this canteen's one of the, detonators. I'm a little tired. Oh shit. Oh shit, it's time. A, B, C. Program Advance, Zeta Cannon. So Zeta Cannon's had a little bit of an upgrade. Instead of just dealing 1 cannon shot, I think it's 3. Oh, there's Panel Grab, which will chain well with Wide Sword. Use the Gutsman Battle Chip. Give me something I can... You know what? Yeah, Roll should be able to finish this. I wonder if I do think though that the reason they made wide sword an L code instead of an S code is just because that combo is so good. Granted, if you can get any of the elemental chip, like sword chips, they all, if I remember correctly, should have the wide sword property, just with different elemental damage. Just none of them are going to chain well with the area grabs we have. You know, it is an option. Point of view. More money, and another bomb. Give me something I can work with. Come on. Cannon. Tribute. This is just a particularly nasty enemy comp. Unless you got a lot of fire chips, then it's not too bad. Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Get rid of one. I can handle two. I cannot handle three. Oh god, that was just disgusting. The sad thing is, if I drew that Elixir at the start, I would have been completely fine. Ooh. Okay, regular memory up by 2. My memory's now up to 8, which means I can now start with cross gun or mini boomer, which I'd rather start with. Never mind, we're starting with roll. I forgot roll only has a cost of 8 in this game. Don't get used to that. I don't remember how much roll like memory she costs in the other games, but it is not 8. So we need to find someone who would love this and think it was awesome. Wait a second. We just found someone like that. So, okay, so you're an eco-terrorist and your solution is to blow up the park? Or the dam? Wait, what? And he's got Quick Man. So, to talk really quick, this is not Lance's first encounter with Quick Man. I forget if they mention it. But, yeah, he does encounter Quick Man during the events of Network Transmission, where Quick Man actually is in a bank computer. Well, perfect. Let's see, swap out one of the Recover 10s for the new Recover 50. On and cannon. Yeah, Lan is still not aware that the Net Mafia is currently like an active threat. Like, he's just trying to enjoy his vacation, meanwhile the Net Mafia is actually killing people. I believe that is a missable power-up. I don't believe you can come back in here after the events of this scenario. I will never ever have a folder without a wide sword equivalent. Like right now, just because the elemental swords just deal more damage, so I'm better and are a little bit more useful than normal wide sword. Well, my charge shot now deals 10 damage, so I'm back to at least what I'm used to. Ooh, free attack plus 10. On, give me something good. Fuck, I didn't hit A fast enough. Okay, good thing I went back in here. Real X sword. Actually, if I remember correctly, though, these events never happen in the anime. Double check that. There you go. Oh no, he does appear during the Grave story arc. Okay, yeah, so Quickman appears during the Grave story arc. Actually, I don't know if this... I forget if this is in the English dub, because there's a couple episodes of the English dub that just don't exist. Like, they skipped a couple episodes, mostly because of violence or something, if I remember correctly. Like, there's an episode of Access that's completely skipped that involves Meilu dreaming of being able to cross-fuse. Actually attempts to cross-fuse, not realizing that those chips biometrically lock. Well, not biometrically locked. Basically, they're locked to Megaman. Or at least Lance's. So, Quickman. He's a bitch to fight. You can only attack Quickman when he attacks. This is a counter battle. He actually has a very similar combat style in Network Transmission. I will say though, talk about his design. I like it. I will always say that I probably like the EXE counterparts over their originals. He's just gonna bounce around the map and then use Quick Boomerang. Guard is actually very useful for this fight since he will always... I think his only method of attack is Quick Boomerang. Let's add 2 more. I just need one more cannon. I just need one more... Wait, did I use the C cannon already? Shit. I need HP and I can't add anymore. I know I used the cannon, but I just don't remember what letter it was. Oh yeah, I forgot. I think the additions are permanent. Yeah, fuck you. Okay, let's see here. That's gonna be 40 damage. And whatever I could get in with the Buster. Oh, right, this shit. Okay, so now he's gonna actually be throwing 2 Quick Boomerangs. Oh shit, I think I burnt, yeah, I burnt through my deck, holy shit. So if you ever see your custom screen maxed out and you start seeing blank spaces, that means you're running out of battle chips. Why? Well, shit. Oh, Proto Man. Ah, yes, we were just in a Scooby-Doo episode with terrorism. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, okay. Are we actually going to be able to talk about this stream? A balloon? Oh, it's from Yumland. I mean, yeah, that works. That toy looks like one of the mechs we've seen in SR. Actually, why am I doing it this way? I talked about this earlier. The fastest way to get anywhere on the net is to go through Dex's computer. This actually becomes easier in, I'd like to say, I don't know what game it starts, but this does get easier later on when they start introducing, I'm trying to remember what it was. They introduce a way to create shortcuts from Land's desktop to the other computers. So you'll be able to reach the entire net from just Land's computer. Let's see, the Gut Punch chip and 800 Zenny. Remember correctly, that tends to be the most common place for them to place the Gut Punch chip. It's usually on Dex's computer. Which makes sense, since it is just Gutsman's fist. Shit, please don't tell me this is what I think it is. Guts. Dub Gutsman is great. Oh, Grant, dub of most of the characters is pretty fucking great. Never forget Scottish. Oh yeah. I talked about chip traders in the original. Wait. What's your name? Yep, may I introduce for the first time Mr. Famous. He will be a reoccurring character from here on forward, though. He will always come with a different dead Navi. This go around, he has Gate Man. He's always got, like, weird net navies that'll have, like, weird little... Like, they're all kind of... quirky? If I remember correctly, most of them are actually designed by fans. Though I forget... They are all still, like, original characters, if I remember correctly. I forget the full story about Mr. Famous's character in this, but he's actually a reoccurring character in the, anime. The running joke is that he doesn't want to be called Mr. Famous, but just Famous. Yeah, so now he's got the remote gate on the field. Which is just gonna make this a whole lot harder. I know I'm gonna wipe most of my board with this, but... Oh, right! I forgot about that part of that. Yeah, if you sit still too long, it will just reach out and fucking grab you. It isn't a bad idea, I will say, to have a couple battle chips that are just junk throwaway chips for the edition. How dare you avoid my shockwave? Go. With that, that's our first time beating Mr. Famous, and it won't be our last. Yeah, Mr. Famous will be present in all the different games, so like I said, get used to fighting them. Fuck. The annoying thing is you can only do these one job at a time. If I gotta be honest, this is my biggest gripes with Battle Network 2 because of the fact that it had such a fast turnover rate. So many of the chapters are just gonna be this. I'd say Battle Network 3 is probably the worst, or not Battle Network 3, Battle Network 2 is probably the worst when it comes to this. 5, if I remember correctly, isn't too bad, mostly because of the way 5 handles everything. 5 handles exploring the net in a completely different manner. Okay, from here on, like I said, I'm just gonna leave Max Buster on. I'd like to go there, but first I gotta do these damn missions. What sucks is this isn't even the last time we'll have to do this. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Did you say Viva La Square? God, I'm so thankful for Max Buster mode. This would take forever without Max Buster. I'm gonna have this damn chip in every other code but S. Wait, didn't you say they were in this area? I'm confused. Oh no, they're in the town network. So in other words, they're in the smaller computers like this one. So I think that's what that means. Yep. Oh wow, triple delete. Holy shit. And ooh, that goes a new form of heat shot. So yeah, heat shot as it's upgrading actually just fires in different patterns. That's one. Yeah, I forgot. always remember that you can check the doghouse. This will become very important later. Like dash attack is always very useful and always has a spot in my folder. I'm trying to remember where the other two are. Yeah, so this is kind of where things are gonna get a little dumb. No, I only have one. Well, that wouldn't be a bad spreader chip for my folder, since it's an asterisk chip. But I'd rather not give up dash attack. If I'm remembering correctly, these navies will always be in the same corner. So make sure to check all the others though for HP memories or battle chips. Nope, there's only... Oh, there it is. Ooh, sword L. Well, if I can't get wide sword in S, maybe I could get the rest in L. Oh yeah, I forgot the higher versions move. Shit. Yeah, the only way you're gonna do this is you have to go and check every single terminal around town. Oh! Fuck this. I'm just going to use that to get rid of one because, yeah, no, you cannot pay me to deal with this shit again. Yeah, I'm just getting rid of all of them. I'm not dealing with that shit again after the last area. Another memory up. So we actually saw that Koto Square just opened up. If I remember correctly, we can actually quickly get there from here. Yeah. Because this will put us on the upper path of Den 3, and then we could just go to Koto Square from there. Reminder that these are all Game Boy games, so there's a lot of padding to be expected for some of their runtimes. Let's see, we're looking for a mean-looking Navi in the square. Oh, well, shit! Hey, quick man? Okay, bye. And well, there's the Quick Man battle chip. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't realize he was there. Those moving panels are gonna become the bane of your existence in Battle Network 5. Oh, goddamn undernet. The only thing I'm really not looking forward to in that game. Okay. Go. Wait, was that Blue Mystery Data I saw? Finally. Finally. It took it long enough, but we finally have access to another program advance, which I forget if this game, I forget what this game's version of this is. Yeah, this is the kind of shit we're dealing with. It's just busy work. It doesn't really move the overall plot along. Gonna at least eliminate 2, and then I'm gonna leave the last one, and we're just going to wait it out until I can get all the chips I need. there's one. Because it'll help. I want to do this now just so I know what this combo leads to. Because if it's the same as Battle Network 1, then I'm just not even going to bother. I'm going to be a little upset with myself because I just wasted all that time. I think they did switch it to the one I'm used to in this game, but we'll find out. Just gotta burn through the folder. The only thing is, there's actually a thing that they introduced in Battle Network 6 I mentioned that makes this a whole lot easier. It's just like a little addition to the, oh, what am I trying to say? Oh yeah, to the regular memory chip system. Also interesting, kind of poking fun at my younger self. I didn't know regular chips were a thing. Yes, it is. May I introduce the new program advance for Cyber Sword, Wide Sword, Long Sword. The Life Sword. It is a 3x, well, basically, you use area steal, it's a field nuke. You will always deal 400 damage, but as you saw, this is Life Sword 1. There is a Life Sword 2. I am really drawing a blank on the chips required for it. I believe it requires... Shit, I actually forget. I really can't remember what chips it requires. Either way, we got what we want, so we gotta go back all the way to Koto Square. Yeah, so, yeah, no, if you want to use the Life Sword Program Advance, that's what you need. I think it's Battle Network 3, or no, it's one of the layer Battle Networks. I think you get... Only reason I remember Elemental Sword so vividly in my memory is because of the fact it was used by Chad and Proto Man in Megaman Access the first time they were using Cross Fusion. Actually, remember correctly, I think it's the first time you see cross-fusion using a cross-fused person using a program advance. It sticks out in my head because it's such a long program advance. And wait, is her car still here? I don't think it is. Nope. So I have no way of reaching the net from here, if I remember correctly. So that means, you guessed it, we have to go all the way fucking back. Ah. Yeah, so I could not tell you why that's how those plot lines go, but that's how they go. Then there was Mega Man Beast, which follows the, you're good, yeah. Then there's Mega Man Beast, which actually follows the Battle Network 6 plotline, but also adds some multi-dimensional aspects to it. And also gives us a really cool design for, form that never appears in the games, I think, outside of modding. And that is, Cross-Fused Beast out. If you want really crazy, you should look at the manga for Mega Man Beast. For those who've never seen the manga for it, Base gets a beast form. He gets a Falazar, where I believe Mega Man still gets Griga. So like that kind of is like a canonical, gives a little bit of canon to which form is canon for Mega Man. Yeah, same one here. Yep, we already had this with all the others. Like, they're all exam proctors. Base, like, here's the thing. Base is if I remember correctly, has a much larger role in the Battle Network manga. He constantly fights Megaman, and there's a thing in it, like, there's a form Megaman has called Hub Style. It really is... It's basically what we got in Battle Network 1, but as its own form. It's actually right there in the upper right-hand corner of the screen right now. Base copies it from Megaman and uses it as his own thing. Why'd I go back here? It actually is like a whole thing to Base. Base serves a... Here, what the fuck am I doing? He serves a minor role in the anime. Well, actually, he serves a minor role in the American anime. Base appears, I believe, shortly after Pharaoh Man. And basically he's trying to get what he calls the ultimate programs. The ultimate program holders are Mega Man, Proto Man, and Base, if I remember correctly. Sorry, just needed a drink there. So he's constantly hounding Mega Man down to try to get the ultimate program. Then he steals a body of a character. The gospel situation does happen in Mega Man and Mega Man T-War, but they're called Grave instead of Gospel. And the entire story behind the leader of Gospel is completely different. Spoilers for the anime in a second. He's a robot, and Base takes over the body. Base then appears briefly in Mega Man's stream when an alien is coming to Earth, and Base just promptly gets his shit kicked in, and then fucks off for, like, the rest of the series. Until the movie where wild shit goes down, and then fucks off again for the rest of the series. I think it's implied he's deleted. The other appearance... Oh yeah, the last bit, because I was talking about all the animes, the only anime I didn't talk about is there's a brief post-series for Beast called Beast Plus. If I remember correctly, Beast Plus is actually where all of the Battle Network 6 crosses appear. We'll talk more about those later. But yeah, they all appear in that arc. Also, for some fucking reason, it's about Zero.exe. Explain that shit. And we were talking about that last stream for this, just randomly about Zero. And don't get me wrong, any time to talk about Mega Man, well, about Zero, I will take. He is criminally underrated in terms of the Battle Network variants. Honestly, of the 3 X-Navis, he's probably got one of, if not my favorite designs. Oh Lord, help me. Give me the chips I want. I already have a B. I want... look, I could deal with either Zeta Cannon or with, Life Sword. I would prefer Life Sword. You know what? Fuck it. This will at least give me some breathing room and also give me some health. Oh shit. Yeah, one of these things isn't too dangerous. 3 could get very hectic. Two bad guys, really? So yeah, now we need to find them. Because again, it's the whole thing on this arc. Okay, so this is slightly annoying for their locations. So one is in Koto, the other is going to be on the lower path of Den 3. Or, no, my fault, Den 2. Yep, there he is. Like, they were just evil when designing this shit. The big old nope. Yeah, no. I don't blame the team for adding so much padding to this one. Just because The turnover rate for this game was ridiculously short. Like, again, reminder, Battle Network 1 came out in February. This came out in December of the same year. The turnover rate was ridiculous. That's why all the battle assets are almost completely reused. Though they did change a decent bit, like for example, reworking how the ad system worked. There's also an entirely new system that gets introduced later. I think also at this... I think the Battle Network anime might have just started at this point, I think? So some of the stuff from the anime does show up in the game. I forget the anime or the manga had already started at this point. Or vice versa. I don't know how this all came out. But yeah, all I know is Battle Network 2 had a really crazy fast development cycle. Yeah, I'm just skipping all that because it's the same shit we heard earlier. I'm just speeding through this because it's the same stuff we dealt with earlier. Like, if you think this padding is crazy, imagine doing it without Max Buster mode. That was fucking hell. Oh shit, I forgot you're in this game. Like, legitimately, I forgot Sparkies appear in this. Fun little thing with Sparkies, if you have a rock cube or a rock on the board, they will actually orbit around the rock. Fucking, why not? Just sheer overkill. The only complaint I have about these ports, of this collection, I think it's a very good collection as a whole. My only issue is that there's only one save slot per game. That they didn't do the multi-saves like we got in the other Legacy collections. Now, granted, for most, this isn't a problem. I think the only reason they didn't do it maybe because the multiple save slots. I'm not sure. I mean, not multiple save slots because online mode. I'm not sure. But for most, it's not a problem because you get for example, for Battle Network 5, you get Team Colonel and Team Proto Man. It's just the first two, it's a little bit of a problem because you only have Battle Networks 1 and 2. It is the Pokemon debate, and it's like, I don't get why. I wonder if it's just because there's some jank old code there. I'm not sure. Because Battle Network, unlike Pokemon, Battle Network has some other conditions surrounding, like, it doesn't even work for, like, for the sake of argument, it doesn't even work for a balancing argument, because Battle Network keeps its balancing mostly actually through chip limitations. For example, you're not allowed more than 5. Say there's a cap on the number of Navi chips, and it's not like you, for example, you can't have 5 rolls. You can have 5 rolls if you trade them in. Shit, do that. But yeah, most of the balancing in Mega Man though is Battle Network is due to folder limitations. Example, you're only allowed 30 chips. Oh god. Sure. Yeah, and we can actually, thankfully this ends us right next to the gate to Yumland. But yeah, like, because with Pokemon, you could always have like, oh, I have 7 Arceus. I have a full team of Arceuses. Just like, it's a thing you can do. It's boring as shit, but it's a thing. One track mine for land. Food or net battling. It's one or the other. Also, I don't think the games go into it, but like the anime made his favorite food curry. I'm sure it's nothing. I mean, Yumland, from what I remember, also has like one of, if not the best security programs on the net. You would describe it as an iron wall. Though I forget if he I forget that's Yumland or Netopia. I think it's Yumland. Bounce it, bounce it, bounce it, bounce it, bounce it, bounce it. Give me. Fuck off. How many of those do I have? 5. Let's see what you get. Spreader, Cold Punch, and Rock Cube. You don't have anything I want. I did ask for a Battle Chip, but it just wasn't that one. No, you did not see the fucking nightmare I had trying to get Invisible 3 at the end of last stream for Battle Network. God, that was fucking hell. Yeah. Wait, no, if it's supposed to have a large population, where the fuck is everyone? Oh, I didn't. I was gonna go for the double delete, but fuck it. It's got no choice but to head deeper in. Oh god, I forgot about all this shit. Another recover 50. Let's swap out all the other recover 10s I have. Or as many as I can. Hey, you fucks. Give me the chip I want. Fuck yes. I think it's all the fake trees. Or, oh no, yeah, you're right. I forgot they use the same platforms. Okay. I'll take another bug fragment. Data I can't open. It's all blue down here. Let's see what you are. Ooh, shit. So yeah, that is a special, asterisk chip. It can only be used on navies. And it'll give them a plus 20 to their attack. Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, no, I did get my countries mixed up. So I think it's Nitopia who has the one. But this one is gospel music thing. God damn it, Shadow Man. Research your contractors. Yeah, again, much darker game. So, Shadow Man just took out an entire country. Yeah. That's a thing. I forgot about the eerie silence. The fuck? Oh, he just swear it. Oh, yeah, I forgot when it's not in a language they understand. It's just random symbols. Wait, what? Ah, yes. The occupation for his vice commander. Cutman. Kung Fu Cutman. You go again. Turn off Max Buster mode. The main gimmick you're gonna have with Cupman's fight is pretty much during the entire battle, that one bit of his is gonna be going around. Ooh, shit. And be careful on the front rows. I forgot about that part. Okay, I need more battle chips. Fuck, Cupman hits hard. Yes, but No, they're not. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay, good thing I know. Okay, let's see. We need roll. We need health. It's not much, but it's still something. Come on, give me something, game. Okay, there we go. There we go. Zeta Can should let us finish this. Oh. Okay, that was a little closer than I would have liked. Now let's go fight Shadow Man. Anyone who's an official battler is basically this is close. I think we get to war for a while. Oh wow, he thought the same thing we did. Yeah, I mean, They did just take over a country. Or at the very least, destroy it. And yes, them running, well, them taking out the entirety of Yumland is going to be very important. Okay, rematch, as per usual. Don't hold back during any of these rematches just because they're just for battle chip grinding. Should get me Toadman. Yep. Can't rematch her yet. I wonder if that's gonna be important for later. If it's the main brain for Electopia, and I wanted to destroy a country. Well, shit. Yeah, no, if I remember correctly, Megaman still calls Mr. and Mrs. Hikari Mom and Dad. It makes more sense in this with him being Hub. Change.bat. Knowing when to flee, Sun is the best. Also, check here. Very important. Oh no. Oh no. Where were they? Hey. And let's see, we know where the message boards are, so let's just leave one here. The message has been posted. How about you, Mr. Prague? Okay. Fuck off. Vishnu? They're all screen names. Tough Boy and Dentech. A girl who hangs out with a tough boy in Land's hometown. I wonder who it is. I need a programmer. I guess? I will say this, if I remember correctly, the formulas they get, at least for 4 and 5, is there's a subplot with with a friend Navi, and then you do have the main storyline. Though in Battle Network 5, the friend Navi plotlines are part of the main storyline. What the fuck? Okay, but the fuck? This place is crazy. I can't say this is in bad form for programming because I did the same thing for coding. To explain for those unaware of what's going on in terms of background coding, all these Navis and people have these responses only when you have this item. That is how these chains work. Actually, no, I don't know. Why did I go to Dentech? I just realized that I could just go to the Marine Harbor. Because it's Koto. Yeah, it's not only fetch quests, it's fetch quests that are part of the main story. Yeah, just jack in here. Thankfully, if you keep up on, like, for example, battling Dex or Rabita and getting their codes, this is not nearly as painful. I want to do everything. I want to get the change.bat installed in Megaman and show the results of it. And then we're probably gonna... Yeah, I know we're gonna... I could say it's like no matter what, we'll be calling streams soon. It's just where we'll be calling it. I think we're gonna call it after the next boss. Because there isn't much after this fetch quest for this chapter. If I remember correctly, after this fetch quest, there's the... Oh, shit! Hey, quick man. This is gonna hurt. Oh, what the fuck? Shit! Fuck, worm. Shit! Because in Den and Koto Area 1, we have, well, in Koto Area 1, we have Quickman V3 running around. In Den Area 1, we have Airman V3. I was going to laugh so fucking hard if that was, if this was end up being Quickman again. So I can proudly say that was my first game over in this whole run, this run of this whole series so far. And I'm okay with it being against Quickman V3. Oh yeah, you're the one who does the bug frag stuff. Oh, it's the Air Shoes battleship. Okay, that's neat. This one's very situational, but it's not a bad thing to pick up. Okay, but what the fuck's going on over there? Oh shit! So you're the one who gave... So we gotta go all the way back to Yumland. Ah! Thankfully, this will put us right in the square, which brings us out right by where Yumland was. This is so much easier in the later games just because you're not having to run through the net all the time to reach these areas. You can just jack in from locations around as land. So it speeds things up a little bit. The reason I grabbed the air shoes is just because, if I remember correctly, I forget if poison tiles are a thing in this game. They are in later ones. So air shoes are just not a bad idea to pick up. And worst comes to worst, all I do is just use it for fodder for the custom gauge. Which I gotta remember to keep adding chips. That's very important right now. I'm mostly saving because I'm saving because one's a good habit, and two, I don't know where the rematch with Cutman is. So I could just stumble across that, just like I did with Quickman. Get up here for... Wait, what? Oh, well. Speak of the devil. Bye, Cutman. Forget how his chip works in this. Yeah, I think he attacks like a square ahead of him. He's very situational, kind of like Metal Man in Battle Network 3. If you can get it to work, it's a lot of damage. But the issue is, it only is gonna hit an enemy in front of you. I don't believe he teleports to an enemy. You know, those leaves in the background, the only thing I'm thinking of is the Tanuki suit from Mario. Oh shit, this music's just gonna play the entire time we're here. Of course it fucking is. Oh great, we're criminals. Wait, aren't we surrounded by official net battlers? Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm just gonna keep playing. This is the last thing that they're doing pretty much. They're fucked. So you know what? I'll give them a fair fight. Infected with the virus. This isn't anything special. I've seen these viruses before. Wait, he was talking. I thought it was gonna be something crazy. Game has shown mercy. Ow. Okay, now fuck it. I was giving you all a fair shot, then nah, you annoyed me. It's just more random viruses on our way out. What? Heal up. Let's see. Ooh, Zap Ring 2. I mean, we're now probably international criminals. No, Lan, I don't think we're just borrowing it. We're installing it into Megaman. Oh, great, now what? I'm just trying to distract us. Shit! Come on, I need something. Oh shit. Fuck. Okay, good. But shit, come on, I need... Oh no, it's just the area around it. Okay, now I'm just an idiot. I thought it was the whole field like the Anubis chip. They're already going into the mother computer. Shit. Hopefully this new program helps out. Holy shit! Yeah, none of you have done well so far. Wait, what? What the fuck? So if you're an official, you're just batshit insane. What the hell's that one for? Oh wow, we've jacked in over 100 times. Holy shit. Yeah, it's just word puzzles. Ah, here we go. So now that we have the changed out batch, allow me to introduce style change. And for this, we have Heat Custom Style. Yeah. So, okay, now let's take a quick second. This is what I wanted to show before we ended things. I think we're going to go to the dungeon that we're calling it. So, you can change back to normal style whenever you want. There are 4 style changes in this game. And those 4 styles have 4 elements. So, the 4 elements are going to be water, wood, elect, and heat. The thing is, you have no control over what element you get. What you have control over is what style you get. There is custom, team, shield, and guts. Gut style is for defeating a lot of enemies with the Buster, so when the custom gauge is filled, just keep using the Buster. Buster spamming will eventually unlock a gut. After 100 battles will give you a gut style. I believe it's 100 battles after this moment. If you get hit a lot, you're going to unlock a shield style. And then if you use a lot of Navi chips, you're going to get a team style. The reason I got a custom style is because I used a lot of battle chips or used the add feature a lot. It's a whole hidden point system. There's a lot of guys breaking it down. It's a whole thing. There is 2 secret styles, but they are not available in this game. They are available in Battle Network 3. There's also 2 new styles in that game. The other thing is, each of these styles also come with their own little quirks as a backup. Custom style here will actually... I'll go over custom style in a second. Shield style will start you with a shield at the start of every battle. This would actually eventually translate into the first barrier program, Navi custom program in Battle Networks 3 onward. Team style gives you a +2 to Navi chips in your folder just by being in the style. Gut style, if I remember correctly, increases your Buster damage and would actually give you a machine gun in Battle Network 3. Custom style, I'll show custom style actually myself. Each of these forms also do change Mega Man's appearance. Using the border we currently have, the one on the far left, the green one, is Wood Shield. The one on the far right under Hub Style is Aqua Custom. And the one in the top left is Heat Team. The weird thing is, using the anime versions of the style changes, it was Heat Guts, Wood Shield, Elect Team, and Aqua Custom. Aqua Custom changes Mega Man's backpack. I believe it's to increase the processing power for the custom screen enhancement. Wood Shield gives him a shoulder pad and, of course, a shield. Elect Team changes the head design. And Heat Guts gives him Gutsman's arm. I do think the style changes are neat, and I think they're a good way to reflect how us as players play at Mega Man. So yeah, now we have, instead of starting with 5 chips, we start with 7, as Dr. Hikari mentioned. But because our element is heat, we will be taking double damage from water. So if we're going to be going against the water boss, I do suggest switching back to normal Mega Man. I prefer the custom styles just because I like having the the extra battle chips. It makes it easier. Wait, what? Red, yellow, and blue? Okay. I like having the extra chips because it makes it easier to get program advances. Also, having a heat style is not a bad thing because of the fact I lie in a bed but never sleep. What am I? I'm way too tired for this. Yeah. Bed and never sleep, just trying to see what options I have. Let's say them. Trial, but that's not it. So, what is this? Oh, wait. I lie in a bed, as in a riverbed. I'm way too tired for puzzles. Ooh, shit! Yeah, so, don't fuck around with your weakness, as you can see. Letters I found the blanks, but you forgot the question. Good old Program Advance. So talk about the style change, though. I do like them. Like I said, I do like them because of the fact that they do reflect your play style. I do wish that there was a little bit of a difference. Like there were some changes, mostly just due to the fact that the double damage. I mean, receiving double damage from elemental weakness, well, yeah, makes sense. It is a little brutal at times. Especially, like, for example, if you only get, like, heat styles and you have a water dungeon, it's going to be hell. Or you're just going to be stuck staying as normal Megaman. Which, we'll say, that is an option. You do not have to use style change. We have the letters, we just don't know the word. Like what the missing letters are. N and B. Though they should be F and U. I would like for if I can decide my next style change to be, I'd like for it to be a gut style. That or shield. Just because with a gut style, it'll increase the buster damage. Everyone's just like dying. We're gonna call it after this done. Oh shit. Chod's being a dick again. What else is new? Okay. Check with everyone out. Let's check all these other programs and see what we got going on. So we got a bunch of letters. Oh, it's one of these fucking puzzles. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna brute force this next one. Fuck! The heat custom is already earning its heat. Thankfully, this isn't, if I remember correctly, it's battle number 3 that this starts happening, where there's enemies who actually heal from getting hit with their favorite attribute. It's not all, but I remember there being some. The only thing to know about the flamethrower weapon is that it's a bit slow on its fire. Pun intended. Watch. You're confused. A chronometer is a clock. Oh my god. Did you just say 10? Now it's kind of funny because in battle number, on my run so far, battle number 3. Last moth? Yeah, on my battle number 3 practice file, on the, I've been running the white version. I actually got, oh, why am I drawing a blank here? I got, Aqua Custom. Oh, I get it. Oh god, that's so bad. It was almost there. Though unfortunately, I think after we're done this comp, I think I'm calling it. Come on. Okay, that'll bring me up a little bit. Okay. The game shows mercy. Oh shit, Proto Man. At that though, we're gonna call stream there for the day. I will say I am enjoying going through Battle Network again, even though like yeah, Battle Network 2 has some of the worst net backtracking. I'm actually just checking real quick, seeing where we are in terms of chapters. We're actually almost there. Yeah, no, we're at the halfway mark already. We're making good time with these games. But with that, though, I'll see everyone later.